Okay. I see Megan's here. Hi, Megan. Not planning on being productive, but you're here. You can do whatever you want. You know that. You're welcome, whether you do anything or not. Morning stars here. Hello. I'm going to do some work, then sign off. Very tired tonight. I can understand that. I'm tired myself tonight, and tomorrow's an early morning. So chances are I won't be streaming all night like I normally do. I'll have to cut it. I'll have to cut it tonight because I need to sleep. Or I'll miss my appointment tomorrow, and that wouldn't be good. So welcome to both of you. I got my time still screwed up because half the clocks in my house are not fixed. I didn't know what time it was. I'm like, oh no. And my car still has to be changed too. So I didn't do all the clock shit. Right now I'm printing out my natal chart that I got online. And it's the kind where they base it on your date of birth and where you were born. Time, including the time of day. So it's very, very inclusive. I mean, I don't even understand about the, Mercury in the 4th house and all that stuff. But it goes into all that. So I'm curious to read it. So before I lose it, I'm going to print it out so I can read it. Somebody gave me the site the other day. And because I have no idea whether, how respectable the site is, how correct they are. I mean, that's one of the things when you see sites online, you never know if they're, can you trust them or not? It was all done by computers, obviously. I mean, I put the information in, I hit the click button, and immediately the report pops up. I mean, it would take someone who was doing this by hand forever to do a full natal chart like that. So it makes you wonder just how correct it is with the computer doing it. I mean, it's possible the computer can do very well. I know a little bit about astrology, not a lot. I don't really follow my astrology daily like a lot of people do. Oh, move that over and move back over on me. Okay, Laura's here. She says, hello. Come on, stop it. She says, hello. Now I have 4 stories on submission at the same time. Keep looking at my email. Well, I know how that could feel, and that would be driving me crazy. And constantly, it's like watching a pot of water boil. You just sit there and stare at it, waiting for that little flag to pop up saying, you've got mail. Wow. 4 though, that's great. You've been a busy little bee. Hope something comes of it. Didn't you have 2 of them accepted already, or 1 of them at least? Vaguely remember you saying that last night. I haven't thought about entering any of the different anthologies. I haven't even looked into them. But, I don't know. Okay, I thought I did hear right then. 2 others accepted. Okay. 3 could respond any day, 1 not until April. Are you going to watch every day until April? Oh. Yeah, I know it can be rushed. You're excited and you're waiting to hear. And you had 2 accepted, which is good. I mean, that's great. Megan made herself some popcorn. I was told to stay off the popcorn for a while because too salty. And I just had a major, still not over, but major issue with swollen legs and feet. And when he heard I had popcorn, he's like, no, it's one of the worst things. Do not eat popcorn. And I like popcorn. It makes me mad. But my legs are so swollen and sore and purplish color. They didn't look very healthy. They doubled my water pills. So I lost a lot of the weight, the water weight, and a lot of the water has come out of my legs. So they're a little swollen, but not like, they were so swollen. They look like sausages. And you couldn't see my ankle or where my knees were because they were just so swollen. That's how bad that was. Maybe I should have just gone to the hospital because, the doctors haven't been much help. But then the hospital isn't much help either anymore. Used to be when you went to the hospital emergency room, they made an attempt to fix whatever the problem was. Now they look at it and say, oh, well, you need to see a such and such doctor. Go see this doctor. And they send you home. And it's like, they used to actually help you. Now it's unless you're dying and have a heart attack or something, or not breathing, like my current issue, they don't even want to look at you. It's like, you could have gone to your doctors. Why did you come here? Because I can't breathe. Okay? I can't breathe. It's kind of a scary sensation when you can't breathe. If you haven't had that problem before, you wouldn't understand. But when you can't breathe, it's very scary. I go through this all the time, and it's not getting any better. That's why in some cases, assisted living, there's a nurse on duty. So at least someone can come and say, okay, it's not as bad as it seems. We don't need to go to the hospital. You don't have to worry about that. Because I hate going to the hospital and having them say, oh, the good news is there's nothing wrong. No, the good news is we don't know what's wrong with you. The good news, well, I guess it's good news, bad news. Good news, there's nothing wrong. Bad news, we don't know what's wrong with you. They're not much help. Yeah, you're right, Megan. Hospitals are pretty much just for stabilizing you, and everything else is sent to a specialist. And this darn mouse made me nuts. That's it. It's not like it used to be. You used to, remember, I've been around a lot longer. You used to go and they would actually try to help. They had hospital specialists on duty and they would do what they could. Now it's just like, okay, you can sort of breathe. All right, we're sending you home. Because this last time I went, I couldn't even walk 2 feet without, stopping and struggling to breathe. And the nurse had to take me to the restroom, which was right next door. It felt like it was 100 miles away. And I get back to the bed and I can't breathe. So, they get me, get my breathing back under control. And they come in and doctor says, well, we're going to keep you overnight for observation. Okay. So it's 12 o'clock at night. I called my daughter, woke her up and said, you don't have to come back for me. And she says, okay. She goes to sleep. 3 o'clock in the morning, they wake me up and say, oh, they decided to send you home. At 3 o'clock in the morning? Are you kidding me? How the hell am I supposed to get there? Well, surely somebody can come get you. Surely someone's going to be pissed off at me when I call them on the phone and say, come get me. You just said you were keeping me. That one really pissed me off. I got a questionnaire about that stay, and I wrote in there, you tell me at 12 o'clock you're keeping me. I tell my ride I don't need one. I fall asleep. At 3 o'clock you wake me up to tell me to go home. And now I have to wake up the entire family trying to find a ride home. Not happy. Not happy. At 3 o'clock in the morning, you might as well have kept me another 4 hours or so. and just send me home in the morning, like most people would do. I couldn't believe they did that. But then again, I'm Medicare, so I wouldn't be surprised if Medicare had a hand in that one. The rules change. Listen. The rules change when you go on Medicare. The things that you used to do, that you were used to doing, and there wasn't a second thought about it. No, Medicare has very strict rules. They have their own special rules that are just for them, and they have to abide by them. And if it means waking the patient up 3 hours into the night after you already told them they're staying and tell them to go home, well, that's what you do. So, ever since I switched to regular Medicare, I've had nothing but issues. But the other one I was paying for. So, free, you deal with a lot of hassles, or pay for and have less hassles. They don't like Medicare prices because they don't get paid as much. Medicare, very strict on their costs too. Anyhow, I have writing to do. I was working on my story Bible. I have a story, book number 1, that still needs to be finished with the beta reader suggestions. Still working my way through that. Messing around with book 2 and 3. I can't do one thing at a time. I just can't do it. I wanted to make a map of my town. Since I was making a whole series out of this town, I wanted to make a map of the town. Well, the papers got put together, but I haven't drawn the map yet. I don't know if that's going to end up happening after all. I like to have the map to be able to look at because I'm saying things in one book. I like them to be the same for the second book. Like things to match. But yeah, I got plenty of writing to do, and I'm not exactly sure what I'm going to do for a NaNo camp. I mean, I have to finish book 1 because it's going to an editor. So obviously, I have to May 1st to get that done. So the first thing I have to do is finish that and quit playing around with it and get it done. So it's ready to go. Then I can mess around with book 2 and 3. And 4 and 5, 6, 7, and 8 if I want to. But right now, I'm kind of stuck. I have a deadline of May 1st to get that book put together, fixed, get all the beta reader stuff implemented that I got back. I didn't get everybody's back. I sent out between 8 to 10. I got back, I think, 4. I mean, considering some people say they don't get any response, so I guess they ought to be happy I got 4 people. And it was so funny because Megan, you were one of them, and all of you guys picked out different parts of the story. So it's like instead of having, I didn't get like 4 people say this is wrong. You guys all picked different stuff to comment on. So it kind of like covered the whole thing with different people, giving their comments. And I'm like, that's interesting that they didn't pick the same things. So I guess it depends on the reader what, struck them more. A couple of things were, obvious mistakes, and those that, everybody picked up on. But for the most part, I have to go back again and reread parts to make sure what I'm doing is, I remember some of them, but there were quite a few different areas that I have to work on. So that was an interesting experiment. I never had beta readers before. I didn't know what to expect. And it is a little hard having somebody picking your baby apart. It is a little hard. It's like somebody said, this needs more detail. I'm not going to say this again because I know you can write detail because I could see it in another section. It was beautifully detailed. Now you need to do that for the rest of the book. And I'm not going to bring it up again. I'm not going to say it at each part. I'm just telling you, you need to okay, I know detail's an issue. Detail is a major issue for me. I'm working harder at it. I'm working with the emotion thesaurus, trying to use some of that for visuals, and I love that book. It's great. I just ordered the expanded one because mine is the old version. It doesn't have all the emotions in it, and I love that book. It's great. It has all kinds of stuff, and it's helped me in flush out some of the way that without saying such and such was mad. You could start. You give them you used to the different things that they say. Somebody who was mad would do, and then you could put them in there to kind of. I know I just said the word. When you want to describe something. Oh boy, I hate when that happens. My description is, I know it sucks, so I'm working on it. And I got one that said, well, here's a perfect place to put description of the house. And I'm like, oh gosh, I gotta figure that, it's like, I ended up having to do like certain research because part of that included a bar, and I'm like, all right, I don't know much about bars. Well, I know you could have portable like bars in your house, but I didn't really want to build a bar in there. Hi, gibberish. How are you? Laura, still struggling to read through draft 3. Is that the name of it? Megan says my description sucks too. Yeah, it's hard. It really is hard, and they're forcing me. I mean, they're like the one put. This is where you need description. Like, no, pussyfooting around. Just this is where you need to put description right here, right here. Okay, that's where the description needs to be. I get you. Oh, draft 3 of Souls of Attila. Okay. Gotcha. Is that the book long version you were working on? Or is that another? That's not a short story, is it? Or is it? I don't remember. I know you were talking about it. Now, we all know Laura can do description. Her descriptions are something else. Not mine. I'm really pathetic at that. But they pointed out the one thing and said, now that is what you should be doing. That was perfect. That was a beautiful description. And I'm like, gee, yeah, it is, actually. Oh, it is. Okay, I thought it was a full novel. And it's like, so why didn't I do that the rest of the book? Why did I just pick one chapter to make beautiful and the full description and perfect? And it's not as easy as it looks. I know some people turn out tons of books a year. I'm still struggling on one, and it's going to be a year in July. So I'm really dragging this one out. But some people take longer. I've heard Jessica talk about how long it takes her forever to write anything. So I guess I'm not the only one who takes a while to write things. Okay, so we've got a few people here. We've got stuff to do, at least I do. So we should go into a sprint. Laura says, my descriptions were not very good in this version. I've definitely improved. I remember your first short stories, and there weren't very good descriptions, but I saw you growing. As you started to read more and more, excerpts. I definitely saw you growing, and I've read a couple of your stories, and you've definitely improved. So yeah, you did great. Now your descriptions are amazing. So your first draft of this work in progress was done in November 2018. Oh yeah, I can imagine that you're finding a lot of difference between the two, because definitely your descriptions are amazing now. And I've known you since you started writing horror, so I've seen, you know, the beginning process, and then as you continued along the path, you're doing great. But descriptions and it's still an issue for me. I'm working harder at it, but it's still an issue. And where to put it. That was another thing I got. This description doesn't, too much description in this place. You shouldn't have it there. Looks like it's just thrown there. I'm like, oh my God. So I look through it. I'm like, okay, probably right. You know, take some of that out. Okay. So, yeah. So let's go ahead and start a sprint. We'll do 25 minutes. I can find the timer. 25 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And it helps if I share it, doesn't it? I was late this time. I'm running a little late, so I don't have anything set up. Usually I'm set up and prepared to go. There we go. There we go. All right. All right, so we're starting. I'll see you in 24 minutes. Wow, I was really, really, really into that story. That alarm just scared me. It's normal longer than that particular prompt. They usually don't write that long, but I'm going to put it in my longer one, so I'm using the picture to write. I'm going to put it in the other piece, so it's in the other piece as well. So let's see. All right. Okay, we got Guru here, just messing with the quail babies. Oh, cute. Must be adorable. And Laura watched YouTube. No writing. You must be tuckered out after all the writing you've been doing for all those stories. How'd everybody else do, if you did do? I don't know if anybody did anything. Megan was looking for inspiration on the web for a new story idea. The dreaded new story idea. I know what you're going through. I hate it. They don't normally come to me, because sometimes like I luck out like I did with these prompts, and I've got 2 more books already planned out. So the first one is pretty much done except for cleanup, and then books 2 and 3 need to be figured out. I mean, they're parts, they're not the whole book. They're just parts I wrote. Lars is thinking of cleaning myself up and filming. I was just thinking about that today. If I go into assisted living, I'm not going to have my camera because I won't have the phone. And I'm like, the only thing I'd be able to do is do like a video on Yard Stream, and I'd be limited to the free. So I'd have to do like short little videos and a couple live streams if I can even do anything at all. I'm not even sure that I can. I don't know the situation yet. But I'm like, God, I'm so used to doing these things and I just can't do it. I'm so used to, doing whatever I wanted to do. And there's going to be limitations to what I can do. So, good. Let's see. Morning Star says still working away. Good. Courtney's here. Got some reading done. I didn't see you come in. Maybe you didn't say hi. That's very possible. I wasn't here to see anyhow. I would have gotten it now anyhow. Megan says, I can never find an idea I'm passionate about from prompts. It's a problem. I struggle to find any ideas. Here's the thing with prompts. I can look at some of them and they do nothing for me at all. Absolutely nothing. And so I skip that week if it's a weekly one. And, it's like, well, I can't find anything to write. And, do I write something super stupid to try and fit the prompt, or do I just wait to a better prompt? And, it depends on how I feel. Sometimes I write something super stupid and then go back and delete it later on. Just to feel like I did something, I did that prompt. I did the prompt, but sometimes it's better to just not do the prompt stupidly and move on. Now, these 2 that I've done, they're daily prompts, and for some crazy reason, they're working out for me. Even though the words have nothing to do with each other, I have to make stories up, but they're guiding my story. So I'm not getting an idea and then writing it. I'm writing a prompt and a prompt and a prompt, and eventually it takes on the guise of being a story, and I continue it, and it turns into a longer story and a longer story, and then it's like, you know what? And when I get to about 30 to 40 pieces of it, I'm like, this actually could be a book. Because, it's actually created a story for me. And I know it doesn't work for everybody. Not everybody can use prompts. And I'm not saying I can use all prompts. You can't just hand me a prompt and expect me to produce. It doesn't work that way. I belong to a in life group, real life group, and they do a prompt and they give you a few minutes and you're supposed to come up with something. Well, I can't do that. I've done a few for Laura on her group, and I've done a few for Austin on hers, but for the most part, I can't work that fast. I need sometimes days to come up with something. Just keep looking at it and thinking about it, and wondering what I should do. And then sometimes I decide not to do them at all. Gone through a lot, wasted a lot of time sometimes on prompts that I haven't been able to do. Haven't been able to do. Now, right now, I'm starting to combine prompts, which is even harder. If you think doing one prompt is hard, try adding a bunch of prompts in. So I'm doing one that's 3 words a day. So every day I get 3 words. And then I have a couple weeklies, which on the day they come out, I put them in that day if I can, if it's possible to work it into the story or the next piece of the story, whatever. It doesn't have to be on the exact same day. But I've been able to help the story along with their photo prompts. And photo prompts can be hard too. Coming up with something to go around a word, I think is easier than a photo prompt. I find photo prompts a little harder. But I need time to think about them. And so the in-live group, I told him the other day, he gives, because we're doing it by Google Meet, Google Meet, Google something. Yeah, I think it's Google Meeting. And so he gives it to us a night or two before, so I have time to think about it before I have to hurry and write a prompt. I can't do them that fast. And then, of course, I told him about photo prompts. He said, "Oh, I never thought about photo prompts." I said, "Yeah, photo prompts would be great. Get some, get a picture, and some of them are pretty weird. I made a story up out of a picture of a bunch of skyscrapers around the park, and in the park was a house. Didn't fall apart. It had fallen on its side, so one edge of the house was in the ground and it was sticking up the rest of it. And I looked at that and I'm like, I thought of all those flipping movies I watched where they moved houses. And I'm looking at these skyscrapers and the park in the middle, and the house is in the park in the middle. I'm thinking, why not? They could take that. I wrote a story on it. They can take that house through the skyscrapers. Somebody stole the truck, so it wasn't the person who understood they were doing. So they wiped all the wires and everything out to the street lights and the skyscrapers. All the wires are there. This is a house. They're dragging through there, and it's tight. I mean, I don't know technically if the house would have fit through their hole anyhow, but for the sake of the story, it did. And when they got to the park, they had been running so long and pulling all these wires and stuff out. It pulled the house off the truck, and it fell off the truck, and it landed on one edge, and it was sticking up out of the thing. And that was just a silly story that I made out of a silly picture, but it worked. Yeah. Yeah, Laura says surrealistic pictures listed horror. There are a lot of them, of course. Okay, so wait a minute here. We missed a few. All right, so, I have a video. Speaking of that, Courtney. All right, so Megan says she can never find a problem. Can never find and even find a prompt that she can work with. Courtney says, still need to edit several videos that I'm procrastinating on. I did a video last night. I do have to do that too. So thank you for reminding me that. Ruba says, I found a new prompt site that was fun. Laura says, I get lots of ideas. Don't act on some of them though. And some people are like Laura, who can get lots of ideas, and some of us aren't. I mean, I'm probably more like Megan, and I know how hard that is. And for me, I have found that most of the time I can write from prompts. Like I said, I can't guarantee every prompt is going to elicit a great story, but I can hope. And sometimes it does. And books 2 and 3 are already pretty plotted out on my blog in pieces because I've been using the daily prompts and the weekly prompts I combine now to some of them to create the story. And it also creates where it's going to go. I have no idea when I start what the story is going to be. I pick a couple names to start with my first prompt, and I write my first piece. And I look at it and I'm like, can I do something with this? Probably not. Okay, so we go on to the next day. Then we write another one. And can I do something with this? Maybe. So I keep that one in mind, and I go to the next day and get the prompts and say, now, can I combine these words with a story that'll go with the one before? And then I find that I can. So I continue as long as I can. I did 40 pieces on my blog, 40 different ones. And I had to stop, though, because they wanted it family friendly, and it was getting a little dark. So I just put a happily ever after ending on the one on my blog. But when I do the story, it won't be. But I got a story out of it, and I kept with it. And same with 3. I'm on 3 now. I'm at around 20 pieces of it. And it's forming into a story, and ideas are forming without even the words. I've got ideas forming, and I have to figure out how to write around the words, of course, because the words got to be in it. And that sometimes is difficult. So I get ideas. That's how most of my ideas come about. Even the first one was written between real life and prompts that I had written in what I call serial prompts, because it's more than one prompt. It just keeps going. And each part is marked on there, so you can go back and start at the beginning. You don't have to start at the, in the middle or the end or whatever. You can start, I make sure each one is listed on there so you can follow the story from the beginning if you want to read it. Eventually they will become books. Those are books 2 and 3 in my series. So I understand how hard it is to find. I know where Megan's coming from. But for me, at least, prompts for the most part. All right. Laura says, I got lots of ideas. And say, she's just the opposite. And there are some people out there that have tons of ideas, and they can't possibly write them all. Christy says, hi, Christy. I don't remember seeing you come in. I finally opened the laptop and reread what I last wrote. Hopefully, I will actually write something next sprint. I'm blaming my malaise on the second COVID shot I got today. That's possible. Most people said. Now, I didn't find it to be any different than the first one, and all I had was a sore arm. But I have heard a lot of people say they were so tired. But then I'm so tired every day, so maybe it was there and I just didn't notice it. I am just super exhausted all the time. So, yeah, it's possible it's the second COVID shot. That is one of the things that they said happened to people. Ruru said it was called thestoryshack.com. There are all kinds of generators for names and worlds and prompts and different stuff. Interesting. I can't find anything to write with. Or write one. What the heck is all this mess? Oh. I got several sites that I check that specifically I go to every day and use their prompts. Like I'm a regular on their site, so everybody knows me. And some people definitely follow me. I've got a couple people following me and saying, "God, we love your stories." I'm like, great. I never get tired of hearing people tell me that. You tell me I'm right. I love it. Keep on telling me that. Makes me feel better. Everybody likes to hear that it writes. Ruru says photo prompts are good too. One of mine is a photo prompt with a word, and you can use one or the other or both. So you have a choice. Now, the original site owner has cancer and is very sick. So someone else is taking over. So the site's going to be a little different. I'm not sure if it'll still be the same. The picture this, I couldn't do anything with the picture this week that she posted. I was just like, nah, it doesn't work in any of my stuff, so I'm not going to waste my time. Laura says she finds paintings and writes flash fictions about them. Same thing as a photo prompt. Yeah, I've used paintings. I've used pictures in textbooks and storybooks. Something I happen to be looking at, will spring an idea. You never know what's gonna actually give you an idea. Hi, Annual. Good evening. Nice to see you. We had our first sprint so far. Laura says, yeah, the serialistic paintings that listed horror. Yes, they are. There's some out there that I'm sure my mind doesn't go so much toward the horror though. I'm more of a realistic type thing. Like I'd be more inclined to write something about a haunted house, maybe, or an old house with drapes all over everything, something like that, than to see some of those serialistic, whatever they call them, paintings. They're not exactly my thing. Ruru says afternoon. And I can't send the exact link because I can't send links. That's all right. Give me a second. I'll put it up. All right. That's not right. That comes up with the domain is for sale. What did I get wrong? Or what did you get wrong? That isn't working. Storyshack.com. Is it the Story Shack? Maybe it needs the in front of it. That one doesn't come up. Ah, here we go. Okay. I found it. Needed the. Anyone who's interested in all kinds of. Now, if you're interested in horror ones, Miss Nettles, Laura, has 100 prompts, horror prompts on her website. So if you're looking for that, Laura can post her site if she would like, since we're posting prompt sites at the moment. There's the Story Shack. I use people I know, and they're just websites on the web. They don't necessarily have just prompts. They might do a lot of things. So that's up to you, Laura, if you want to post yours. Or you want me to post yours. But she's got 100 horror prompts on hers. All right, there's Lars. If you're looking for prompts, try, and you like horror, of course. They're all horror, believe me. All right. So that's it for the prompts. A discussion on prompts. I think I've said hello to everybody now. Time for another sprint. Well, I just put the main site there so that they can actually see what else is available besides this, without the, hi, Funky Side. How are you? Like I said, I posted the main link because there's other things on that website, so they can go through it and look and see if anybody's interested. You're writing in your car. Oh my goodness, writing in my car. Well, I've heard of some different things. Boo Boo says, if you don't want to sit for the site. Well, it has name generators, and from a little bit I saw of it, it has name generators and stuff like that. And there are some people that use that stuff. And the word, rap name, I mean, that's got a lot of town name generators, fake name generators. Well, company name generators. Now to keep this one on, doesn't want to save in my bookmarks for some reason. Oh, there it is. There's some interesting city names. Yeah, I try to create a lot of that stuff. So actually, going in on the main site isn't that bad. All right. Yeah, all kinds of generators like I've never seen, and I'm usually struggling to think of those things. So I may have to check some of those generators out if I don't lose that link. It wouldn't let me save it to for some reason I couldn't save it. Not sure why not. Yeah, let's see. I didn't see I didn't see how to get there from the other. Oh, it's one of the ones on the main screen. So writing prompt generator. All right. Here's the link for that. You can get it off the main page. You don't have to go through everything. You can just go to the main page and go through it. But, oh, did it print? Oh, heaven forbid. I got all these things I haven't looked at. All right. Christy says, I have a steering wheel desk that I used to write in my car. Oh, that's interesting. I live on an island, and there are ocean views and mountains to inspire me. Oh, far out. Sounds beautiful. I would love to live there. Monkey Side says, hey there to Annual. Ruru says that car desk sounds fun. Yeah, it does. How neat. Megan just fed the poppers. Hopefully that will calm them down. Hopefully, right? One can hope. And Funky Side says, what? Steering wheel desk? Now you tell me. Oh, here we there's a link to Amazon. And if you click on the search, it brings up all kinds of stuff. Steering wheel desk. What do I have to do? Now I have to go to Amazon? You guys can't. Unless I make everybody on my thing a moderator, you can't post anything. Can't post links. Let's see what happens if I put steering. Helps if I spell it right. Desk. Steering wheel desk. Well, that isn't special. That is nifty. They got some cheap ones. So far, the most expensive one I've seen is 22 something. Oh, here's one for 30. Oh, what does that? Oh, it has a piece that comes out with a tray. I don't know how that one works. Very, very interesting. Here's one. Fast shipping, good. I'm not sure where you're at, Funky Side. This one is on the United States, obviously. That's where I'm at. Christy, Funky says, Christy, this is rare, but thanks. Waiting on my son who I dropped off. Well, there's the link. Someone else may be interested. Amazon reviews saved my life. Finished my novel while driving down the freeway. So anybody that's interested, there's a link to one. It shows you one. There's plenty of other choices there. Annual says, okay, guys, I will see you tomorrow. Have a great night and happy writing. See you later, Annual. Have a great night. Roos's. Sounds dangerous. Well, I would suggest that you don't do that while driving. I would definitely suggest that you, he's saying that Funky says good night. I would definitely suggest you not do that while driving. When you're sitting in your car waiting for your son to come out from whatever he's doing, you can put it up and put your laptop on it. But no, I would not suggest doing that while driving. Funky's getting his laptop booted up. And we need to start another sprint. I gotta eat something. I got another piece of tiramisu in there. My neighbor brought me last night. And I ate part of it. I got the rest of it to finish. Oh, oh my goodness. Okay. Funky says, this cop keeps bothering me. He says I'm in violation of purple prose. I don't think if I understand that right, I think I'm in violation of the white room syndrome than purple prose. Might as well be in a white room. I'm sitting in a white room here. Everything's white here. No painting. Yeah. No description, no nothing. Just a white room, sitting there, typing away. I'm going to get ready to set another sprint up. 25 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Like the Matrix. Not sure what you mean. I know there's a movie named The Matrix. I know there's a cute guy in it. Oh, I'm being bad now. I've forgotten his name, though. He's cute, but I've forgotten his name. All right. Back to my story I was in the middle of, I guess. Unless I decide to eat. We'll see. I'm still writing this story. I got very involved in it. And it wasn't supposed to be this long, but it's turning into something longer. It will also be part of my story serial prompt that I'm writing for book 3. This is a different prompt and a different site. I'm going to have to link them together because I didn't put them on the first site. I didn't link the link there. So putting it on now will be a little harder. So I think I'm going to leave it alone and just put a link to the story, and then I'll add it to the story that I'm writing. So it'll be part of the story I'm writing. I kind of really got lost in it. So I got really, really involved. And I'll tell you that time. Keanu Reeves. Thank you, Megan. Keanu Reeves. I think he is cute, but he's too young for me. But I don't know how old he is. That was a long time ago. I'm pretty sure he's a little younger than I am, though. Ruru says, yeah, Purple Prose. What is he, the romance police? Hi, Elion. Knock, knock, he says. Hi, Tessa and everyone. Nice to see you, Elion. Hope you're feeling better. You said you were feeling better. So I'm glad to hear that. I know you seem to be pretty sick there for a while. I'm a little worried about you. Ruru says hello. Morningstar says I've moved on to editing. I'm still working. Good job. Even while we're talking and you continue working, that's good. Good. Gibberish got some studying done. Yay. That's always good. Christy says 441 words. At least I wrote something. Yes, you did. I did not count my words. I don't know how many words it is. If I had to guess, I'd say there's at least 300 or so words there. But I'm not really counting, and there's no way to count it without putting it all the way into Word, and I just don't feel like dragging it into Word to count it. So I don't really keep track, so I'm not too worried about it. Ruru says 178. Cool. And Bunky says, well, that was weird. A hobo passed by and gave me the prompt I need to move forward. Hey, that's great. You know, sometimes that happens. The weirdest things in life can suggest the story, or at least part of a story. So I'm glad for you. Glad that happened. I mean, I base a lot of my stuff on my life, which is weird. My life is weird. If anybody believed half of what I read, they'd be right, because half of what I read, half of what I write is something that happened to me maybe in a different vein, but happened to me in my life. A lot of real life stories in my writing. But I use them to bounce off of. They may not be the exact story, but there's something to bounce off of. That's another thing that I find very useful. And if you live a very bland life, I guess you don't get much, inspiration. But if you put up with a life like I've had to live with all my life, you got plenty of stories. Believe me, I have plenty of stories. It's just whether or not they're worth writing into something. So Ruru says, well, as long as you're open, inspiration can come from somewhere. Yeah, from anywhere. I can't read. Yeah, true. Very true. Funky says that was a joke. I did boring editing. Oh, Funky. Here we thought you did something interesting. Because that's really a great thing, to have something happen that to move a story forward. It's not unheard of. Definitely not unheard of. Because I wrote one post one night. and it was the stupidest, boring post. And I'm like, oh, geez, what am I doing? A couple hours later, into my head popped something. That story became book number 2, and it ran for 40 some parts on my blog. The first one was enough to go somewhere with, and I used the word prompts that she gives out 3 a day, and the 21 extra ones on Friday, and created the story, and it just came out of nowhere. That wasn't a blog post I posted. I had to go back in, take off the old post, and put a new one up. And it turned into a book. So it can happen. Funky says, I did get past the long chapter from yesterday, though, finally. Well, there you go. Progress. Shame that the hobo wasn't there to help you with that. That was true. Jokesters. Funky says the cop is back. He says I'm using too many adverbs. Ruru's laughing at that one too. Yeah, too many adverbs. Oh Lord, I'm not gonna believe anything you say. Can't believe you. You tell untruths. Want to see the grammar cop? Oh, excuse me. Sorry. I'm as bad as I watched one last night. She kept yawning the whole time. Said, I feel you. Oh, man. Ruru says, I figured out most of the last bits yesterday, so that's a good thing. That's good. Very good. Oh, that's good. Ruru says, I figured out the cop is an editor. Has to be, right? Funky laughing at that. Yeah. So I just spent I got the hiccups now. Oh, and I'm yawning. Great. Oh, Lord. I just spent 2 whole sprints on a story that should have only taken a few minutes. It turned into a masterpiece here. I'm not done yet. And then I have to make sure that it goes on to the right place where I'm telling that story. This is just a piece of the story. I happened to write for a prompt on another blog, and now it's like, oh my God, it's too good. It's got to go in the story. I didn't plan it that way, and it really throws a little, what do I want to say? A little hitch into the story. Something we weren't expecting for sure. I wasn't expecting that to happen. I mean, it just happened, and when I started writing it, I'm like, this is perfect. So I'm going to have to put it over in that story. Well, it's definitely going to have to go over there to continue that story, because I was trying to figure out where to go with it without doing the actual nasty part of the story yet. Trying to do other things, leading up to it. I don't want to just go boom, boom, boom. There's the nasty thing, and then nothing else, So. And you stabbed a few people, so the story went quicker, Ruru says. You're killing your little darlings. That's so hard to do. I can't kill this darling. She's the main character of my third book. So I can't really kill her. Not a good thing to do. But I can make her life miserable as all get out. Which it's going to be, obviously, after what I just wrote. Which was bad enough. That's not even the worst thing that's going to happen to her. She's still got a lot more to go through. She thinks life's bad now. Wait. Just wait. Wait till I get done with you. Hunky says you would think they would leave me alone after all the money I pay to patch these plot holes. Ruger says, nope, the plot hole like to sneak up and bite you in the butt. Yeah, I wonder how many plot holes I've got. I go through editing. May 1st, I give her my manuscript to work on. Let's see what we come up with. Besides the stuff I got out of the beta reading, of course. No, they did. They just bled a lot. Ow, so you stabbed them, but they didn't. Well, I'm glad they didn't die. I could stab my character and not have her die, and that would be fine. She's the main character, though, so she can't die. You do a lot of nasty stuff to her, though. Definitely. Definitely can do a lot. And this is not so nice. But it leads into where my story's going. I'm like, this is perfect. This will stretch it out because I didn't want to head right to the the big finale yet. It's too early. Way too early. I mean, I don't even have a story written around it yet. I just got this little short piece that I'm working on. I have to do a lot more to the story, and so I don't want to end it right this moment. So I don't want to, and I certainly don't want to kill her off. She's the only character. She's the main character, and the book is named after her. So she's like the character. Everything's revolves around this character. So I can't kill her off. That would be bad. But I can do a lot of stuff to her. So let's see. Courtney said, finished editing my video. Oh, I still got to do mine. Darn it. Finished editing my video. Yay. Now just 2 more to edit. 2 more. Oh, gee. Going to have to work on homework during the next sprint. Boo. Boo. I feel you there. Boo. Yeah. Edit. I have a video sitting there. It has to be edited before Sunday. I mean, I have a little bit of time. That's when it has to go up. Sunday. Or Saturday night. If you want to look at it that way. Saturday night. Moo said it made everyone freak out and cry and have to use magic they didn't have a lot of to heal them. Funky says, boo indeed to Courtney. Moo says, and then more bad guys swarm in. Interesting. Since you're using magic, I gather it's some kind of fantasy story. Since we don't usually talk about magic in contemporary life. Not usually. Is that sworn or swam? Can't tell. The letter looks the same. Rue has to go check on the babies. Aww. Cute little babies. She's got baby quails. Just born last night. I'm definitely going to have to eat something. Here's my... I'm not feeling too good. See if my sugar dropped. Oh, hell no, it's high. I guess I didn't hear it when it went off. High glucose. Goody. It makes you feel bad with your highs when you're low. It's just that lows are more dangerous. So I didn't plan on to be spending all these sprints on one prompt. And it's not even the main prompt. That's just a short one that I was supposedly doing. It turned into something a lot longer. I'm not even sure it's exactly, well, she wanted something that went with the picture, and it goes with the picture. And then I realized it also goes with my story, so I have to put it on that one as well. So it's going on both of them. If I thought about it earlier, I could have combined them, but I wasn't thinking. It wasn't until later when I started the story, and I thought, oh, darn, I don't feel like transferring everything over to another blog post, adding it all in and going from there. So I'll just have to post this on the other blog post so it doesn't get missed. Ah, there's Jenna. Hi, Jenna. Smokey says, Jen, ah. Oh, my goodness. You missed a very interesting conversation the other night. We had really late in the morning. Jenna, you went to sleep. You never did come back. And I told everybody, so the chances of her coming back are slim, so don't expect her back. And you didn't come back. So I assume you fell asleep with your daughter. But we had quite a conversation. And we have some crazy ones on here. Never know what's subject's gonna pop up next. Funky says, did you get off the couch yet? Janice says, me? Wow. Janice says, I never sat down on it. Not tonight, my friend. Oh. Are you going to write tonight, Jen? Jenna. Jenna. Jenna says, read me to miss the good stuff. Yeah, you did. Funky says, yeah, so are you hurting cats? Jenna says, I am. I guess that means she's writing. Yeah, it was not one I was expecting. I mean, it went fine. We had a good conversation and everything went fine. But it was just, a little off the wall for what I was expecting. And it just kind of launched right into it. Somebody new came in, and all of a sudden they're talking, and I'm like, wait a minute. I'm trying to simulate all this stuff that's coming through the screen, and I'm like, okay, I know what we're talking about now. A little surprised. Somebody would just, they said that they knew me from the worldwide rep, so that I guess they felt comfortable with me. And so we had a strange conversation. There were a few of us here. I had a lot of new people that night. It was the night of newbies. Jenna says, I have to tell you that I got my stimulus. I did not get mine yet. I can't believe it. My aide got hers. And normally I get it first. Like we're like the first on the list. We get it usually right away, and we did not get it yet. But my aide got hers. So you got your stimulus. And bought several of those thesauruses yesterday. The emotion one and then some. Cool. Yeah, I'm still waiting on that because I need that to pay those bills so I can go into assisted living. I have to get the bills taken care of. And the only way I can do it is with that stimulus. So I needed to get here because I don't know when they're going to suddenly say, hey, we have a place for you to go. Okay, but what about the bills? Because they take all my money. You have a cat on the table with you. Funky says, oh, okay, I need this emotion Thar, so would you speak? I have run out of ways to describe fear. It's great. I'm on fear right now. Using it in my story. Some of the stuff in it in my but it is a great emotion thesaurus. But you want to get the one that has all the, because there's a new one out. If you get the first edition, you get 55 less emotions. So I went and bought the one with the extra pages, the second edition. The second edition is the one you want, not the first one. Everyone in your book is scared all the time. It's tiring. Jenna says those can be good though. Yes, and she got 6 of them. Yeah, I know they have a bunch of different ones, but I have to kind of watch what the money I'm putting out. But I did want the emotion one for sure. Already been using it so much. I don't want to not have that. So I bought that one. And she says I also decided to get a better keyboard for my laptop that I can't type on. I hate the gamer one that I have. I'm assuming you mean a laptop keyboard for your laptop that you can type on. I don't think you meant can't. Jenna says they have an emotional wound one as well. Yeah, they have a couple interesting ones there. Funky says, reminded me that it goes to cliche, shiver down her spine. Yeah, and they say you definitely stop using that one. Definitely one I was reading that says, do not use shiver down the spine. That is way overused. So this gives you a bunch of different things, feelings, mental reactions, internal sensations, cues of acute long-term fear. In this case, I'm reading fear. Cues of suppressed fear. Has all that kind of stuff in it. Oh, wow. Laura's back, took a bath, and her little sister is pregnant again. Yay. Well, that's great. Wonderful. Congratulations. You get to be another aunt. Shanna says, yay to Laura. Gibber says, congrats. Funky says, but it's really hard to think of new ways to describe goosebumps or shivers. Yeah, well, they talk about a lot of things in there, different things that pertain to someone showing fear besides just those words. So, things that we normally wouldn't think. Well, she's got, yeah, another, yeah. She's got, are they all nephews? I'm not sure. She has others. Pregnant again, so I'm not sure how many she has. She'll be a double aunt. Okay. Double aunt. There we go. Gotcha. Double aunt. Shannon says, I think those books are a wonderful investment in my writing business. I do. When I got it, like I said, I was like really disgusted that, they sent me that book and I was supposed to be a Kindle, and I am so glad I got the book, though I wish it had been the other one, the full one, and not the old version, because now I have to buy the regular version in which should come in tomorrow, I think, in paperback. Laura says, I have one nephew. I knew you had one because you talked about. I didn't know if there was more than one or not. And Funky says, titles, please. Well, Jenna, you're up. Titles. Megan McCarthy. That's so exciting. To Laura. It is exciting. I don't think there'll be any new in my family until the grandkids get old enough to have kids, because my kids are, well, my middle daughter had a baby at 41. She won't do that again. The other one decided after a second child she wouldn't have it anymore. I can't say I won't have any more because my son has not had children yet. He's only in his 30s, early 30s. So I could have, I take that back. I could have more grandchildren. But now I'm waiting on the grandchildren to have children, to have great-grandchildren. So Jenna says, do you hate living so far from them sometimes, to Laura? Yeah, different country and all that. Yeah. She spends a lot of time, though. Like, my family doesn't stay in touch. They do a lot of phone and Zoom and, all the digital stuff. So they have a lot of, they get together, at least that way, which my family, I haven't seen with my grandson, who knows how long now. Genesis says, usually get Kindle, but these are paperbacks, so I can actually look through them. Yeah, and I do recommend the paperback version, because yeah, I found looking back and forth in a Kindle would be pain. This is so much easier in a paperback. Costs more, of course, but Funky says, oh snap, the cop is back. He's old. He says I've been using too much repetitive imagery for fear. I should have seen that one coming since he was just talking about it. Just ignore him and the cop. That's his little play friend, invisible play friend. Jenna says, here's one of them, but there are several more. Funky says, thanks, Jenna. Yeah, if you go in there, find out the name, and then put the names in, you'll probably get a list of all of them. Laura said, instead of shiver or goosebumps, cold racked my body, the incessant clacking of teeth, cold prickled my skin, hair-raising cold. See, Laura knows her description. Very good, Laura. Jenna's laughing at Funky. We've been laughing at Funky all night. He's been a little riot. I guess it's a he. Never did ask. I assumed by the picture it was a he, but I've been wrong before. Oh, gee. Check. Genesis, Laura is brilliant. Yes, Laura is very brilliant. She took to that horror writing like a duck takes to water. Funky said, sorry, what did you ask? I didn't exactly ask. I just called you a he, and I said, I really don't know for sure that you are a he. I just assumed from the picture you are a male, but I could be wrong. And I have been wrong before, so I don't know what you are. Male, female, transgender, it doesn't matter. But sometimes, I look at the picture and I think in my head and I think, oh, he. And it's not necessarily a he. So that's it. My new pen name will be Jen-A. Jen. Yes, you're correct. Male. Okay, good. At least I didn't put my foot in my mouth this time. I have before. Won't be the last time, I'm sure. I keep forgetting people put pictures on here, not necessarily them. It's like, get it wrong. Jen hyphen A. Well, you could always make your pen name just Jen and then A. Jen A. Or Jen A-H. Jen Ah. Jen Ah. Just make it Jenna. A lot of people use single names. Just be Jenna. See, he's been out. He's been at it all night. Okay, I'm about to get a ticket unless we do a sprint. All right. Otherwise, I'm loitering. I got the hint. Let's go. On to the next sprint. Oh, count the end of that. We're about to start another sprint. Let's go. I can take a hint, even since he bashed me across the head with it. So I'm going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go. Fear. My heart stuttered. My blood congealed in my veins. Terror stalked me, slinking in the shadows, my peripherals catching hints of something not quite right. Funky says, go, Lar. Jenna writes romance. Jen, capital A. Insert last name here. You could do that too. So I like Jenna. I like Jenna. I do like Jenna. But she could do that. Rouge says, I think I'm going to have to call one of the babies. Oh, no. I'm sorry to hear that. That's got to be difficult. Oh, jeez. Jen A. Marvel. Marvel. I wouldn't use Marvel. We were talking about that the other day, about how obsessive they are about trademarks. She used her name. They probably have a fit, even though it is a word. Marvel. Marvel at, But I see something about you selling some stories in a hot minute. I was at your stream last night to Laura Nettles. Are you talking to Laura? Oh, shucks. Shannon Marvel. Yeah, well, you're a marvel to us. Laura says, yes, 2 of them. I have 4 more on submission right now. Jen says, I don't even think I said hi. Did I? Who knows? I don't know. I remember you coming in. I saw your name. Not sure what you said. Hi. Oh, there's Lizzie. Hello, Miss Lakes. My laptop is dying, but I'm stopping by before I take a shower. I'll be back. All right, Lizzie. We'll see you later. 2 of them with 4 more on submission right now. Wow. I had some of mine posted on blog pages, blog sites that, were setting themselves up to be the next best whatever. And then I go back and I check on them and nothing's happened to them. They just stopped. I found one of my old things I wrote and put it on my blog. It was on an old site that's no longer doing anything. It's going to be this big thing and starts off whole hog and then how it goes, dies out. I've had a lot of them happen to me. Oh, you want to be an author on our site? And blah, 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 blah. And then, you go back, you go to put something on it and it's like, oh, I can't because the site is no longer functioning. Lizzie says it's been a rough 2 days, but I'm just proud of myself for not ending my life and holding on. Well, thank God, Lizzie. We don't want you to end your life. Nobody wants you to end your life. Hold on. You can do it. Keep writing. That should help. Jenna wants to know what kind of babies, human or otherwise. They're quail. Guru says. Don't even get to that point to Lizzie Lakes. Exactly. If you feel that way, you make a phone call or you go to the hospital. Get your parents to take you to the hospital. Do something. Don't just sit around feeling like you want to do something to yourself. Then you sit there and you think about it and you wallow in it and you know where it goes. You've been here before. Don't do it. Go get help if you have to. I'm serious. Go to the hospital. I don't know if you've ever been in the hospital, and it's not pleasant. I'm not going to lead you astray here. It's not a pleasant experience. But if you need help, please get it. And if your parents won't take you, take yourself. Call 911. Tell them you want to end your life. Tell them you're going to hurt yourself. They will come and get you and take you to the hospital. You will get help. Please. I know we go through this all the time, and I hate to see anything happen to you. And I've been there. I've been there. A lot of us have been there. So please get help if you need it. Who says you can't call human babies? That would make me go to jail and kind of a monster. No, actually, when they have multiple births, people that are given fertility drugs and have multiple, like 8, 9, 10 babies, they call the births. They have to. The mother can't carry that many children. They actually do call the births. They decide which ones are the weakest, and that's the ones they take. So yes, it's not, you can't do it, but a hospital under the doctor's care says that mother is going to die without the intervention. They will call the babies. And I'm sure you don't want to do that. But if you're carrying a huge amount of babies and your body can't, and you're all going to die, it's better to let go of a few of them than to die, all of you. So that, yes, call does mean that in humans as well. Jana says there's a great site called 7 Cups to Lizzie Lakes. Ruru says, it means to humanely put down an animal. Well, that's what they do to mothers who have multiple births that can't handle it. And they use the word call. They call out the weakest babies so that the others can thrive and continue to survive. And the mother sometimes the mother just can't handle it. It's too many for the mother. And the mothers, of course, are upset. They're going to have, say 8 or 9 babies, and they get told that they have to take down so many of them because they can't possibly carry them. I would hate to be in that position. Jenna says they have listeners there to talk through your stuff. Listeners, not therapists. It's a nice way to get off the ledge. Exactly. And the suicide lines as well. They're kind of the same things. Yes, in the uterus, Ruru. I do in the uterus, not after they're born. They do this before they get too far along. They take the fetuses out that decide not to, because the mother can't do it, or the babies, there's too many babies and they can't live in that environment, and it has to do it. Sometimes it would be nice to do it for sick people. There's a lot of people wish they had legal assisted suicide, because some people, like my father, who would like to leave this world and want us to kill him. It's always nice when your father asks you to kill him. Then he yells at us that we're killing him. He can't make up his mind. He had stroke and brain damage, and he doesn't know what he wants. He just wants to be with my mom. And my mom has passed. She passed almost 8 years now. So he wants to be with her, and the only way he can be with her is to die. So he keeps telling us to kill him. I'm like, Dad, no, don't work that way. We are not in charge of killing you. Sorry. Not our job. We take care of your well-being. We do not take care of assisting you into the other world. Not allowed to do that. If they were allowed to do that, maybe we would do that, but not allowed to do that. Yeah, after birth, no, I'm not talking about after birth. That's a different thing. Definitely a different thing. But yeah, you can call babies in uterus if it's going to affect the other babies or the mother. There have been a lot of people had to make that decision, do I keep all these babies? Because, they're a part of you. Or do you let them go and keep just so many healthy babies? It's hard. I would hate to be in that position. I wouldn't want to have 8 babies either, by the way, at one time. I didn't want 8 single babies. I wouldn't want 8 all at one time. But some people, they haven't had a baby, they take the fertility drugs, and they find themselves pregnant with 8, 9, 10 babies, and they can't handle it. They can't do it. And unfortunately, someone has to make a decision. Jenna wants to know, how many quail babies do you have? Oh, we're supposed to be spring, and we're talking. Sorry about that, Funky. If we're ignoring you, just put us on mute. I would have such a hard time with that decision. It would, yeah. Even animal-wise, it would bother me. But yeah, to be pregnant with a bunch of babies and be told that the only way any of your babies are going to survive is to take out X amount of the babies, and they know what that means, and they've tried so hard to have babies, and now they're finally pregnant, and they get all these babies, but they can't keep them. At least the doctors feel they can't keep them. Whether they would make it through the birth, I don't know. I guess it really depends on the situation. Yeah, I'm sitting here I'm looking at my book on fear, and I see where it says could escalate to anger, terror, and paranoia and dread. I'm wondering if one of those might be good for the current story I'm writing. Paranoia. I'm going to go get something to eat. I've got 12 minutes. I'll be right back. Hello, Lucy. How are you? I was just eating uh, tiramisu. It's not one of my favorite desserts, but my neighbor gave it to me last night with dinner. So I ate half last night and I ate the other half right now. Sweet. Too coffee tasty for me though. I don't like coffee. Wow, Rue. Sounds like a lot. I hope she can work with them and actually turn them into a side business. At 15, it's hard to tell whether or not they're responsible enough to take care of them, or is it going to be mom or dad's job? I mean, even my husband, ex-husband, did that to me. I want to get a such and such. Well, you have to take care of it because I don't like that such and such. And he's like, oh, yeah, I'll do it. I'll take care of it. Next thing I turn around, he's like, I need you to do this. I'm like, no, I told you I wasn't doing this. You're as bad as the kids. You promised you were going to do this. And then we move on for a little while. And then he wanted the dog. We lost our dog. I said no, because the situation at that point in our marriage was bad. And he was never around. And that meant I would be taking care of the dog because he wouldn't be around. And I told him, no more animals like that unless you're going to take care of them. And he, oh, yeah, I'll take care of it. Well, I couldn't let the dog starve, so I had to take care of it. I was so mad at him. That's just worse than kids. Kids do that. Morningstar says, good night, all. Well, thank you. So tired. Thank you for the stream. Oh, you're welcome. Hope to see you again. Good night. Funky says, no, my son is right back to the car, heading home. Thanks for the stream. Well, you're welcome. And then he puts, I may be back. Okay. You can come back. You're allowed. Good night if we don't see you again. No more grammar, please. Bruce said, yeah, she's pretty good. That's good. And some kids are old enough and, responsible. Some, including the adult, my husband, ex-husband. It's been my ex-husband for 21 years now, thank God. Could not be trusted. Oh, yeah, I'll take care of the dog. Don't worry, you won't have to do a thing. I'll take care of it. And then he disappears. I don't see him. And there's the dog. And, yeah, you got to feed him. So I fed him. Had to take him out. Take him out. Was not a happy camper. That was just one of our many issues. That wasn't even the major issue. That was minor in the stream of things. The issues I had. So Jenna said that's kind of cool, Saruru. Yeah, it is. Babies, any kind of babies are cute. Even baby snakes are kind of cute, but they grow into kind of not so cute animals. Did that go off? I don't have my thing. I guess it went off. Danger noodles. Ruru says. What are danger noodles? By the way, Funky did warn us. He may be back. So be aware. So I did not get any writing done that sprint. Obviously, I sat here talking to everybody. I planned on writing something. I'm trying to get a story done. Taking a lot longer than I planned on, that's for sure. Oh, snakes. Danger noodles. Yeah. Oh, God, I hate them. We lived in the woods and we had snakes. And my son was 2 years old and couldn't say SN. So I did not know what he was doing. He came running in. We lived on a lake. And he came running in the house, crying and screaming, and ran to the couch. And he jumps on the couch and yells, "Nakes, nakes." I'm like, what are you yelling about? Stop screaming and tell me what you're talking about. Nakes. He couldn't say SN. So instead of snakes, he was saying nakes. And it took me to realize that he said sneakers. He was saying sneakers and not sneakers, and realized he couldn't say the S. So, yeah, there were 4 snakes in the water, and he was on a couch screaming about them. And we had to wait till my husband, ex-husband, got home that night to take care of the snakes that were out in the water in front of our house. Lovely. We lived in the woods, so we had regular snakes. We had water snakes because we were in the lake. My son loved them though. He had his own little, those little pools that they make for wading, toddler pools. He had his own pool, and it's full of all kinds of animals, frogs and turtles and snakes and, all that stuff. That was his little thing. He loved all the stuff in the water. Lucy says, Tessa, I am with you. I'm trying to get my story done as well. Yeah, I keep getting interrupted by that timer. One of the bad things about doing a stream is the timer keeps going off. You can't just work steadily through, you got to keep stopping. Normally that's normally a short post. I would have had that done a long time ago. This is taking me forever. I'm still writing it. I haven't even finished because I got involved in writing more than I planned on writing, and I'm not sure if this is exactly what she's looking for when she put the prompt up, but that's what she's getting. And then I have to take and put it in my other thing because it's part of that as well. Hi, Master Sango. How are you? We just finished the sprint that I think most of us were talking through. I don't know if anybody wrote anything. Jenna says she loves snakes, given that they aren't deadly. Oh, wow. Oh, and she got a couple words written. Oh, that's good. More than I got. Love snakes. Oh, no. I've touched them. Because, the theory that they're slimy is definitely not true. And I didn't want to. I was at the zoo, and they're trying to make us understand the snakes are not slimy like everybody likes to think. So they brought out a snake, and I'm sitting there looking at it, and she's like, come on, just touch it. I'll keep the head away from you. You can touch, lower on the body. So I finally touched it, and it wasn't slimy, which was surprising because I thought for sure they were slimy. But I'll tell you, don't like snakes. Rue says, my daughter has one. Oh, wow. Our neighbors used to have tons of them. They had all these aquariums. I've had 2 neighbors. It's not the first set of neighbors that had different neighbors, though. They were in different places with, a whole room full of aquariums, full of snakes. I'm like, man, I hope those suckers don't get out. There's enough snakes out here already. We don't need your snakes out here as well. Yeah. Jenna says, you have an animal lover. Oh. Jenna says she had them as a kid. Not me. Never liked snakes. I had enough trouble. We had mice, and for some crazy reason, we decided to save this mouse that was going to get exterminated. And it was in my house, and it was domesticated, and I kind of could pick it up. Then I had this horrendous nightmare about mice, and I was screaming and screaming. My dad comes racing into the room. It's like, what is going on? I'm like, there's mice everywhere. They're on me. Get them off me. Get them off me. And he's like, there are no mice anywhere. The only mouse is in the cage downstairs. The only mouse. There are no more mice. Well, of course, we picked up another mouse. It just happened to be the opposite sex. So as one knows what happens when you have a mouse of the opposite sex together with the other sex, we had many, many mice. And they were the cutest little pink things when they were first born, the first batch. And there were a ton of them. But we didn't get the mail out fast enough. Plus there were males in the babies, and they don't care. So we had tons. Now we had tons of mice. We finally called a pet store and said, look, can you please just take them and feed your snakes with them? Because we can't do nothing with them. We don't want money. Just take them. Get rid of these mice. They're out of control now. Master Sangha says, tired from exercising but ready to keep editing. Thanks you for asking. You just finished exercising and I'm baking a cake. Jenna's baking a cake. I just had tiramisu. I didn't bake it though. Got it from the store. Lucy says, one of my close friends has a snake as a pet and likes to put the image of her snake in front of me, even though she knows that I don't like them. Master Sangha wants to know what kind of cake. Yeah, Jan, what kind of cake? Jan says, I have a friend that is scared of caterpillars. So I text her pictures of them. Jen, I did not know you were that mean. That's cruel. Cruel, I say. Do not start texting me pictures of snakes. Do not. Jana says, lemon with vanilla frosting, assuming my piece of shit oven bakes it properly. I haven't tried baking in my oven here. I don't know if it works or not. I haven't done much in it. Ruru says, I'm procrastinating. Aren't we all? Jana says, I love tiramisu. Yeah, like I said, it tastes too much like coffee, and that coffee-like taste I'm not real fond of. So if I didn't hit the parts that were heavily laden with that taste, it wasn't bad. But I hit a couple spots that were a little bit too coffee-like, and I'm not a coffee drinker. So I didn't like that part, but I ate the whole thing. And he gave me half of a cake. So I had a quarter piece of the cake. And I cut it in half and ate it 2 different days. Master Sango says, sounds yummy. I hope your oven cooperates. Shanna writes, they're lovely little creatures. Oh, gosh. Darn it. They are not lovely little creatures. They are creepy. There are some things that are creepier. I hate centipedes and millipedes with all the legs. That grosses me out. And the earwigs with the little pincher things on the end, they freak me out. And ticks. God, if I get a tick in me, I about have a heart attack. And it's like, get it out of me now. Now. Like, there's no hold on, wait, whatever. Get it out now, you know. And I went on a walk with a friend, and we're walking. And I don't know if he saw the tick first or not. He says, oh, there's a tick. He says, there's a lot of them right now. And I looked down at my legs, and they were covered in ticks. Well, I'm freaking out. And he says to me, just hold on a minute. I'll get them off you. Let me finish taking these off of me. I'm like, no, 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 now. You're not going to wait till you take them off of you. It's not happening. Do it now. Do it now. He's like, just hold on a minute. What's the big deal? I said, the big deal. Oh my God. You know, I was freaking out about ticks, but they freak me out. And when I find them in my skin, then I'm really freaking out. Bad enough when they're walking on me. I have woken up at night and said, there's a tick on me. I can feel it. And been told, go back to sleep. You're dreaming. So eventually I calm down. I go back to sleep. I wake up in the morning. There's a tick embedded in my body. I said, God damn it. I told you there was a tick on me. Lucy says, oh, wait a minute. Let me go. I need exercise more than cake. Yeah. Well, don't we all? Lulu says, I was in flow state in this chapter last night and went to bed, and now it's being a pain. Oh, okay. Lucy says, I can't stand bugs except for butterflies. They're beautiful. Yeah, they are beautiful. So are hummingbirds. I love little hummingbirds. Jenna says, they were talking about lice at work, and I hated it. Oh, lice, yeah. I went through the issues with the lice and the kids at school. The note comes home. Your kid's been exposed to lice. We did a check. All the kids have lice. Please, shampoo your kids' hair. Please wash all their bedding. Please wash all their clothes. Please. I'm like, oh my God. And it still runs through the schools. Lice is still around. They haven't gone anywhere in all this time, so. I had a really bad problem with little ants. And they were really bad in here. And they were in my drain. And I didn't realize I was drinking them. And I totally freaked out. I wouldn't drink water. Not drinking. I was buying water. And they're trying to tell me, they're not in your drain. They're just sitting on the outside trying to get water. They can't get through that there's a little strainer thing there. And I'm like, no, they're in the water. I swear they're coming out of my thing every time. I said, look at the picture. And I took a picture of there's like 8 ants in the glass of water. He goes, no. He says, look. He takes the piece off. He says, they cannot get through there. They're not in your water. They're up around the drain where, they can't get through. They just want water. As long as you run your water for a while before using it, you'll be fine. I was buying bottled water by the ton. And it was funny because it was piled up in here like crazy. Because it was during the beginning of the pandemic. And we were only allowed to buy maybe 1 or 2 at the most, if they even had any. And most stores didn't even have any, let alone have enough to be able to give you, 1 or 2. So when I realized that it was 1 or 2, whether it was a bottle or, the case, the gallon or a case, it was 1 of either. I realized that bottles, you get more bottles in 2 cases than you're going to get in 2 gallons of water. So I started buying the things of bottles of water, and they're heavy and they're awkward. And my neighbor had to carry them, and they're piled. I had them piled like you wouldn't believe. As soon as I saw a store had them, we got to go get more water. He's like, what are you doing? We got water here. I said, no, not drinking this stuff. I ate all those ants and they made me sick. He's like, because they were full of poison, and I swallowed them. I was sick for a week. And so now the ants are gone. I got filtered bottles, the filter, pitcher to filter my water because I don't like the taste of it anyhow. So I filter my water now. I stopped buying it. This was costing me a mint. Taking up space. Really freaked out. Lucy says she had lice before she began kindergarten, and I haven't ever since. I just have dried skin in my hair, even though I wash my hair. Yeah, I have a problem with dry skin myself. I had to start using the Head and Shoulders Standard shampoo to try to try to break out some of that dryness. All my skin is dry, not just that. I fully understand it's from my diabetes. At junior high, Lucy says, I was working on a project for my choir with some of my friends in one class in the girls' locker room, and when we walked into the locker room, there were ants everywhere. Yeah, ants. They freak me out, especially those little ones. I see them, and I'm just like, oh, God. I know what I went through last time, and I don't expect it's going to happen again. And they come in here and exterminate every now and then, but it doesn't do anything. I have to actually spray Raid for it to work. Whatever they spray doesn't work. There's the Raid you can't have around animals and children. Well, I don't have animals or children, so I can spray as much Raid as I want to. It's the only way to kill those stupid little things. That stuff they're using, no. I have dermatitis, Lucy. I dealt with that once. I got super, super, super dry skin. It was so bad. I went to the hairdresser, and she's like, my comb is totally filled with the pieces in my hair. I'm like, well, I can't shower every day. I'm not able to wash my hair every day. Now I have an aide that helps me, so I can get done. She said, well, at least try to do once a week at the hairdresser to get a really good washing, because I wasn't able to use the shower, so my hair didn't get done very often because I couldn't really get it done in the sink too well. Lucy says, ants don't really scare me. They just disgust me. And I'm like, why here? Why did you have to come here? Yeah, I understand that feeling. Believe me. Master Sango says, I put down ground cinnamon at the entry points to deter them from coming in. Other people vouch for spraying peppermint oil. Yeah, I've heard all of those different things that people suggested. Lucy said, it's gotten better, but I might have had it. Mine's been a lot better since I've been able to get my hair washed regularly, and I use the dandruff shampoo. The first time she did it, she goes, the comb is literally filled with all of your dry skin. She's like, I gotta throw the comb out because I can't get all that out of there. Sorry. A tea tree shampoo. Oh, I just had one of those treatments when I got my hair done, the tea tree shampoo treatment. Jenna says hers was awful. To Lucy. Mm. All right. We need to do a sprint, an actual sprint, not a talking sprint. Not let's see who can do the most talking. We need to do one where we get work done. I know I have work to do. So I'm going to make a sprint. And you guys do what you want. Whether you want to talk the whole time or that's your point. It's up to you. 25 minutes starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. I'll be back. Oh, wow. Ran out of time again. This thing's going to be huge by the time I'm finished with it. I'm not even sure she's going to be super happy with the length of this. It's kind of going crazy. Let's see. Lizzie came back for a few seconds. It's almost reading time, so bye-bye. Next time I'll get it right, she says. Okay, bye again. All right. All right. Back for a few seconds. It's almost reading time. All right. So Lizzie popped in and out. Ruru got 440 words. Good job. I can't even count the amount of words. This thing must be over 500 words by now. I just keep writing and writing, and I don't think she's expecting this. I wasn't expecting this. I was going to write a short little blurb, and it's turned into a masterpiece of something. It's going to have to go in my story because it resorts to my character in my book 3 character. It revolves around her. Decided to use her, and I should have combined them as together. I don't know if I really feel like going through all the hassle, but it's one story that needs to definitely go on the other one. So I may have to add the extra pieces to my blog showing where I use that is one of the prompts, and then the other prompts, and I have to go find the words and try to fit them in the story. But this is taking it to a place, and I think it's a good place. It needs, because it was getting too quick, and it needed to work it out. To leave the story longer. I was getting too close to the finale. I couldn't do that. So this is working out really good, but it's going to take me forever at this rate. Jen says, I didn't count, but I finished what I was working on. Well, that's a good thing. It's always a good thing. And Funky said, guys, you won't believe this. I got arrested on the way home while writing while driving. WWD, writing while driving. I'm going to sue whoever suggested that steering wheel desk. That's hilarious. And I'm sure it's a joke. You've been joking all night long, so I'm sure that one is a joke as well. And if you really did get arrested, oh well. I don't think anybody's going to believe you after all the jokes you've been pulling on us all night long. Chipper says, I love your little laugh. I guess you mean mine. Thank you. Jenna writes, are you messaging from jail? Funky Sai said, I get one call. This is it. I don't think this qualifies as a phone call, though. You would have to have one website message or something like that. This isn't a call. Right, exactly, Ruru. This isn't a call. Funky Sai is laughing. Looks like he's sticking out his tongue, too. Wow. Really? You're so funny. My milk's gone. Okay, fine. I'm not in jail. Well, I'm glad you're not in jail. Really, I'm glad you're not in jail. But we don't know what to believe anymore because you keep teasing us all night long with all these little things and then telling us it was a joke. So, but that one I was pretty sure was not true. I was pretty sure by now that that was a joke. That's funny. Yeah, I don't know exactly. Like I said, I'm pretty sure this thing's over 500 words by now. I don't know. She doesn't exactly have a word limit on it. But I really probably should connect it to the other prompt and use those words and just continue making it longer or fitting them in somehow in the story that's already written. Otherwise, you're going to be reading the same story twice, because I'm definitely putting this on the Cassandra story, because it's about Cassandra. And then it would be on this website, and some of my, some of my readers read everything. They read it twice. I really don't want to do that either. So, Ruru says, I hope this Goblin War ends soon. Sigh. Let's sigh. Funky Sigh says, I did make it home safely with my son, so I'm ready to finish the section I was on. Well, I'm glad you guys made it home safely. Good, that's good. Definitely good. I wouldn't want anything to happen. And I definitely need a lot more sprints, because this story has gotten way out of hand. Totally way out of hand. I might spend the entire night, and I got a video to edit. I've got other things to write, like this book one that needs to be finished before May 1st. Time's cranking down on me. Gotta get busy working on it. I've got a lot of other things to do. And tomorrow's going to be busy. I have to go sign my rent lease unit for the new year. My rent went up almost $100, which I knew was happening because I don't have any medical to offset it anymore. That's what offsets it usually. And I knew that was going to happen. So what I don't pay in medical, I'm going to pay in rent. So I'm not really saving a whole heck of a lot. I got a few months of low rent and no medical payments, but now it's going to hit me because I have to sign the lease, and it goes up to April 1st. So I have to do that. I have to give blood tomorrow. Oh, shoot. I have to give blood. I can't have anything more to eat. Glad I remembered now before it's too late. Okay. I'm going to get one more glass of milk, and then I'm just going to stop. I'm going to start a sprint. Let's see. Lulu says, my daughter wanted an ant farm, but we couldn't find a place to buy a queen. It's interesting. Funky says, I mercilessly cut 2 sections in a row, and I'm still at 127K. Wow. I'm struggling with it to 2,000. That's a lot for me. Funky says, is it dragging on forever at Ruru? Jenna writes, laugh out loud, Funky. Chibber says, I have to go to the doctor tomorrow, too. Yeah, I have to go give blood. Ugh. Seems like all I ever do is give blood. Minimum 4 times a year. Minimum. Then all the extra things in between. So my blood is constantly being recycled, recirculate, or whatever it is that they do when you take out that blood, and it has to make more. All right, I'm going to set a timer so I can get one more glass of milk. Funky Side says 16. Oh, how old is your son? Okay, 16. Yeah, all you guys with teenagers. I have a teenage grandson who's 14 who is nonstop trouble. And I know why, because he was raised wrong. But I'm not allowed to say anything. I do not tell my children how to raise their children. His brother, who is older, is 23, also knows there's something definitely wrong. But again, he's just a brother, so he can't do anything. My daughter has to clean up her act and get to work on this child, because she made him the way he is by the way she raised him. And we told her when she did it that she was doing it all wrong. And now she's got a 14-year-old that gets in trouble with the law, sneaks out at night, gets brought home by the police, gets trouble in school, cuts school, does all kinds of things. 14 years old. And yeah, so she needs to get herself in gear. And now she has a 1-year-old baby to take care of, as if it wasn't bad enough before. She's got a 1-year-old to take care of. Be right back. Dog is ringing the bell to go out. Oh, how cute. Jenna says it's fun since she's a good kid. It could be a lot worse. Yeah, yours is 16 too, right? Yeah, you could have the 14-year-old my daughter has. And she did it. We know. All of us know. She, this is what happens when you let a child do whatever they want. And when they cry and throw a temper tantrum and you give in, they think that all they have to do is give a little temper tantrum and you give in. And you do, and you keep doing it, and you keep doing it, and then they turn 14 and they're still acting up, and you don't punish them. You keep doing it, and he's going to turn into a juvenile delinquent. He already is. I think it's terrible, but I am. It's not my child. I'm not stepping in the middle. It's not my place to take care of her child or to tell her how to raise her child. Now she's got another one. I don't know what she's going to do with this one. I hope she doesn't do the same thing she did to number 2. Number 1 is fantastic. Well brought up child. He went in the Marine Corps. He did the top of everything. He was number 1 in everything he did. He got all his ranks were all meritorious. He just got out of the Marine Corps. Fantastic. Works hard. Great child. Pleasant person. Wants to do anything he can for me, which is nice. He's not ignoring me. I'm just his grandmother, but he loves me, and he would do anything for me. And he was a great child. He was great. But the 14-year-old, oh God, no. I can't take him. When she brings him along, I'm like, oh dear, here we go, another night of crap, because that's what it's going to be, another night of crap. So, Boo has to check on the babies. Master Sanger says, I'm part of my dad's second family. In his first family, one of the sons was out of control, wrecking cars, stealing things to sell them for drugs, etc. The best outcome for them is to go to prison. He said, well, that's what I'm afraid of. All my daughters, she has 3 babies. Well, they're not babies anymore. 1 is. 3 children, 3 different men. All druggies, all alcoholics, all in jail. This is what her life is. So the fathers of all these children are pretty non-existent. And she's raising one that she can't control, and he's bigger than her. So she isn't going to be doing much to him. She's a little tiny thing. And, she's not going to be pushing him around or anything. Funky says, the dog is gone poopy. He's ready. All right. Master Sanger says, until there are serious consequences for their actions, they will keep doing what they want. Well, that's it. Even the cops didn't do much but say, is this your kid? And give him to her. That's all they did. Nothing happened. So he has no consequences. Oh, yeah, I know my daughter's a bad picker. We all know my daughter is a bad picker. That's all this family talks about is my daughter and her bad choices. And she, of course, has children with all of these men. So, it's like they're not any help. Their sense of what's right and wrong, obviously, is wrong since they're always in jail. So what do you expect out of? Now, the first kid turned out great. But number 2, not so great. Very bad, very bad. And now we got another father number 3. Not only is he in drugs, the first 2 are on pain medicine, which is bad enough. This one's into hard drugs. So he's out in the streets with his buddies getting whatever with his drugs, and he has brain seizures because he has a brain injury. She doesn't know. Sometimes he just disappears because he could be dead somewhere, for all she knows. So, yeah, we can't tell her anything. You can't tell her anything. She won't listen. And she complains enough about the fact that her child is such a pain in the ass, but she's not doing anything toward fixing it. Courtney's back with food. I had to go get that milk because I can't eat anything after this. Jenna says, thank goodness I have a good child. I wasn't great as a teen. I'm glad you have a good child too. My children were pretty decent. I mean, I didn't have a real problem with any of my kids. They were all good kids. I don't know how in the world, but she did that. I know how it happened. I know how it happened. And I saw it coming, and I told her, I warned her, when he goes to school, you can't do this. You can't let him throw a tiny little fit or a major fit and expect everybody to give in to him. And so this was coming. She brought this on. She let it go. Now he's bigger than her. He can push her around. So she can't tell him anything. He does what he wants. He's in with a bad crowd. He sneaks out of the house. He waves bye-bye at the nanny cam as he leaves. She can't stop him. She just sees him on the camera leaving. She knows he's gone because he just does what he wants. All right. Jenna Wright. Jenna Wright saying amen. Funky Size says. Gibber says, point of view, me as a teen watching this. I'm sorry. I hope you're a good teen and don't give your parents the trouble that these teens, my grandson in particular, is doing. It's not the right way. It's not the right way. Jenna says, I'm not worried about mine in the least. Yeah, I wouldn't be worried about yours either. And this stuff shows up earlier anyhow. Usually there's signs usually before they become a teenager. There were signs when he was 1 year old and throwing temper tantrums because he couldn't have what he wanted, and mommy and daddy quick ran and gave him whatever it was. Even though they said no, they said, oh, baby says, oh, if I cry and scream and cry and whine and kick, and I'm going to get what I want. So that's how he grew up. And when he gets older, it gets worse. And now we got a 14-year-old. It's bad news. And I'm sorry. He's my grandson. I love him, but terrible. Just, yeah. Funky Sizes. Stay on track, Gibbers. Stay on track. Courtney says, I wasn't that bad as a teen, just generally moody and tried piercing my own nose when I was 13. Then threatened to run away, but never actually did it. That's typical teenage stuff. I mean, we're not talking typical teenage stuff. Being brought home in the middle of the night by a cop because you're out wandering town causing trouble, not typical teenage stuff. Not the kind of stuff you want to be happening. And knowing your child is out of control and you can't do a thing about it. Now we got another baby. She's got a 1-year-old. Who knows what's going to happen there? And his father's worse than their others. I guess he's still in the picture, but I don't know. I gave up asking. I don't want to know. Courtney says at least he waves goodbye. Yeah, yes, he does wave goodbye to the nanny cam and thumbs his nose at his mother. Jenna says, piercing your nose, how did that work out? Ooh, you won't even pierce my ears. Funky Side says to Courtney, my wife did the same, pierced her own nose as a teen. No, not me. I'm afraid of pain. Let me go get my milk. I'm going to start a sprint. Plus, I got writing to do. I'm going to start the sprint. 25 minutes starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Chipper says, yeah, I got my ear pierced behind my parents' back. I gave my kids permission to pierce their ears, but they had to be old enough to take care of them because it freaked me out. I couldn't put the earrings in or take them out. So they were welcome to get them when they could take care of that themselves. And I have 2 with pierced ears. My son has several parts of 1 ear pierced. My daughter's got both ears pierced, and I think she may have a second one too. But the other daughter got, unfortunately, was constantly infected. We couldn't pierce hers. We had to stop because it just kept getting infected. So Lizzie says, oh, my whole Panther fan is here. Yeah, we're here. Okay, Lizzie, let's go. Jenna says, my daughter got her nose done. I know a lot of people, even older people, with it, but I can't do it. Not me. Not going to happen. No tattoos either. Don't mind them. I just can't face the thought of getting one done. I don't mind tattoos in general. All right. Well, I got to go get something before I cut off my nutrition for the darn blood work tomorrow morning. So I'll be right back. All right, I just came back and I see what's going on here again. Lizzie, as a parent, I would be very concerned if my child was to be talking like you are right now. And if your dad wants you to get professional help, it's for a good reason. And I would definitely take him up on that. Get some professional help. They can help you. They may not be able to cure everything you're feeling. I know that. They try telling me, oh, I know it's high. Go away. Um, but darn it, my glucose thing's going off. Yes, okay, it's high. Fine. You happy now? Leave me alone. Uh, well, that sucks having parents that make you feel that way. I don't necessarily know that they feel like that. I'm sure they love you, Lizzie. They want what's best for you. Take them up on it. Get some professional help. It won't hurt you. Go and talk to somebody who doesn't know anything and will not tell your parents. They're not allowed. If you're underage, they're not allowed to tell your parents. So you could go and tell the therapist exactly how you feel, and they're not allowed unless you tell them you want to commit suicide or hurt somebody else. Then they have to say something to the law and to your parents. Otherwise, they're not allowed. They're not allowed to tell your parents what you say. You could say whatever you want about your parents. You could tell them all these things about your parents that they do that you feel is unfair, that you know. Unfortunately, I don't know what else to tell you. But if he's offering to give you help, to get you help, take him up on it. Go get some help. Talk to somebody. If you don't want to continue after you give it a fair try, and I don't mean one try, oh, I hate this, I'm not doing it. I mean, give it a fair try. I wish my parents would have too when I was your age. My parents, I was born in an age when they didn't know what mental health was. I'm 64 years old. I was born in the 50s. They did not know what mental health was. They did not know that I had bipolar disorder and that they knew I had anxiety. They had me on anxiety meds as an infant. They knew about anxiety and I was on them, believe me. And my mother followed me around my whole teenage life with her little pill because every time something traumatic happened, she knew I was going to go freaking out on her. So she was following me around with a little white pill. So but they didn't know anything about the disease, the bipolar disorder, none of that. I have borderline personality disorder. I've got a lot of them. And between the PTSD, the ADHD, the OCD, combined with all this other stuff, I'm a mess. And I wish my parents could have given me help. They apologized to me saying, we wish, but we didn't know back then. It wasn't something that was known about. You have many, many options, and your parents look like they want to give you that option. Take them up on the option. I'm not going to be sad. I am not going to cry. I feel bad for you, and I wish you well. They want to help, but they don't know how. That's why you need to see somebody help that can help you. They can help you. They're not taught how to help you. Nobody's even taught how to raise a child, let alone how to help a child who needs help. But you can see a professional. They're available now. You can go and you can have somebody to talk to. You hate seeing them suffer because of you. Then do something, Lizzie. Do what you can. Go seek help. Take your dad up on his option. Go to a psychiatrist. Start therapy. Get treated. If you have to take more meds from hell, Maybe your meds are part of your problem right now. Maybe you need different meds. I know you keep talking about the meds from hell. You might need different meds. Not all meds work the same for every person. Just because I have bipolar doesn't mean you can give me any med. It's out on the thing. It's here. This is going to fix you. No, I've been through a lot of meds before I found something that even remotely helps me. And right now I'm on an antidepressant along with an antipsychotic and an anti-anxiety medicine. And I'm still a hot mess. But right now I have trouble because I don't want to lose my psychiatrist. And if I go the other way, I'm going to lose her. And she's the only one that actually cares about me as a person. They want the help so badly, but they don't know how. Okay, we did that. They're going to make me see someone. Anyway, I told them no, but now I don't have a say in it. Don't tell them no. Go, Lizzie. Go and listen. Go and let them help you. Don't fight them. Let them try and help you. You may be surprised. It could be the best thing that ever happened to you. And you would have missed it if they hadn't. And I have to say, I agree with them. They should make you go and get help. It's so much available out there. Go ahead and do it. Take advantage of it. Let somebody else listen to you who's not related to you, who is invested in your future. Your parents are going to do whatever, but if somebody is somebody you don't know, they're hey, I know the word I want and I can't say it. I had to put my son in therapy, and it was hard. And he didn't really want to go, but he finally decided that he needed help. So he went. The psychologist was not allowed to tell me anything. So I had no idea what was being said. The only thing they could do is say that he's not trying to hurt himself. If he said he wanted to hurt himself or somebody else, then yes, they have to tell me. But he was 16. He had to go. He didn't like it. When he was old enough, of course, he stopped on his own. But objective, that's the word. They're objective. They don't have anything invested in you personally. They're going to work with you objectively, and they can listen to whatever you want to say. You can call your mother and father names if you want to. You can say they hate you. You can tell them anything you want to tell them. They're going to listen, and they're going to try to help you. Take the help that's offered. Talk to them. If you have to change your meds, change your meds. It could be part of the meds that are messing you up right now. They may not understand. Your meds are just for sleep, but they can still mess you up. They work most of the time. I've had an embarrassing problem for almost 2 years. It doesn't even have a name. You don't have to tell us that, but you can tell somebody who is objectively trying to help you. But sleep meds can mess with your brain too. And if you do indeed need something for mental health, whether it's an antidepressant or an antipsychotic, I take both. It's hard getting situated. It took a while for them to set in, and I'm pretty much under control right now. But it could change at any time, and then I'll have to try new meds. And I don't work well with the new meds that are coming out right now. So I'm on something old. And, you just need to see somebody, talk to them, and let them help you. Chipper says, I wish my parents allowed that. The school made me see someone, so we went to the therapist, and my parents said no. I was underage at that time. Now see, listen to gibberish. She wishes that she had been allowed, and her parents wouldn't let her. Your parents want to help you. Take them up on it. Master Sango says, this isn't about your parents, this is about you. If you're struggling, then you need to do something to help yourself. Seeing someone can help you. Perfect. Well said. Thank you, Master Sango. You're right. It's not about your parents. It's about you. And you need to do something for yourself. And you're being offered help. Your dad is offering to help. Your parents are now offering to help. They're on your side, hopefully. I don't know your parents, so I'm going to trust that they're on your side. They just want to help you. You know, it hurts parents when they see their children suffering. It really does. You know how hard it was for me to watch my son struggle? I know my parents went through a lot watching me struggle, and they didn't know how to help me. There was no help at that point, but there is help now. And was help for my son, and he was mad at me, but he agreed to go. I didn't force him. He did agree to go, and he was told that I would not know what went on in the session. He was promised complete anonymity, whatever that word is. They would not tell me anything. Okay, Jen. They would not tell me anything. He was promised that, and they did not. They would not tell me anything. So I had no idea what went on between my son and the therapist. He went to a child facility for a while. He asked to go. He said, I need help, Mom. Because my ex-husband, now we've been through this before, but you all don't know, but he was a jerk. And he said that I was an embarrassment to him because I had mental health issues. I was not going to let him ruin our son because of his prejudice against getting help when he needed help himself. He set him up as being Mr. Perfect, Mr. Wonderful. He needed his own. He had rage issues that were so bad he almost killed people. But he was perfect. Nothing wrong with him. There's something wrong with me. And there's no way I was going to let him mess with my son getting help. And my son came to me and asked for help. Now, I made my children understand that they were able to talk to me about anything. I made sure they understood that I had mental issues and that if they needed help, I would get them help. I got them help. My ex-husband did not know about it, so he was established in a facility, and he couldn't do a darn thing about it at that point. He called me up furious when he found out. I said, hey, sorry, couldn't call you. I was locked up in the hospital. I was locked in the hospital with him. We were locked in the unit, and only I was allowed to go out if I asked. I mean, he couldn't go anywhere, but I was allowed to go out. But I was locked in there with him. I could have called him, but I wasn't going to call him because I knew he'd be a jerk. So I had to go around my ex-husband to get my son the help he needed. And he is close to me to this day because of that. Jenna's back. Hi. So Lizzie says, I'm still listening, by the way. I just don't know what to say. Everything I say goes the wrong way. Just listen. That's fine. You don't have to say anything. I just want you to understand that your parents are probably hurting too, and they're trying to help you. And if they're offering you the chance for help, please take it. My son took it. He wasn't exactly thrilled about being in that unit and having to go to therapy, but it helped him. It got him through what he was going through. And he's going on. He's a great guy now. Yes, he still has bipolar. It's not going away. It doesn't go away. But he's dealing with his without meds. And I did for a long time without meds, and then I got to a point where I couldn't anymore. So please go to your parents, let them get you the help you need. And try. Just give it a try. Don't just go one day and say, oh, that was the worst thing ever. I'm never going back there again. Try. Give it more than a day. That's the normal thing for kids. Oh, one day, it was terrible. I'm not doing that again. No, give it more than a day, Lizzie. Try to let them help you. And try to follow, even if it seems stupid. Try to follow what a couple times I got yelled at because they wanted to do craft items. That was part of therapy, crafting. I hated it. And I told her, I said, I don't want to craft. And what does this have to do with anything? And she gave me a long lecture on what she thought crafting did. And that was part of the treatment we had to craft. I wasn't happy about it, and I made it well known, and they got kind of pissed off at me. I was an adult at the time, though. I still wasn't a child at that time, because nobody knew as a child what was wrong with me. They just tried to deal with it the best they could. I was 30 when I got diagnosed, and before that, I didn't know what was wrong. I had a major breakdown at 30, in my 30s. And that's what happened, and that's what's going to happen. If you let it go too long without treating it, you could end up going into a breakdown. And I'd hate to see that happen to you. You have a chance. Take it. Now, I need to get off my stool, what is it, grandstand? I have to stop up and get off my grandstand. I have said an awful lot. But I hope you got the gist of what I was trying to say, and that you take them up on the help. And I hope it helps you. And not sleeping can be difficult too. I know that. Not being able to sleep messes with your mind also. But there are other things that they could try. I don't know what your doctor's trying. I don't know what you're taking, but I, would suggest speaking to a psychiatrist, and an actual psychiatrist, not your family doctor, a psychiatrist, someone who knows what they're doing and knows about meds, and maybe go on something that might help you. And it might take a while. It won't be instantaneous. Nothing helps immediately. You're going to have to take some time, and you might go through some side effects that you don't like. But after a while, if they don't go away, you can go off them. If they do go away, then it was worth it. I hate to see young ones suffer. And I suffered. I know what it's like. I still suffer. And I hate to see you as a child, your whole life ahead of you, and you're so unhappy. I'm still talking, aren't I? Got off that grandstand, all right. Now what's ringing? It's the timer? I don't know if it's the timer or not. Okay. For all I know, she's not here anymore. I'm going to probably have to call the doctor because my legs are still swollen very bad and they hurt. Somebody here in the building the other day had a vein blowout. Had the same symptoms I have now. I don't want to go back to the hospital, but this has been going on for a long time, and now they're purplish red besides being swollen. So I'm still trying to decide whether to call a doctor, wake up my family and say, take me to the hospital, drive myself to the hospital. I haven't figured out what to do yet. I don't know what to do. Yeah, Master Sengo, that's one of my problems. I have congestive heart failure, and I need to monitor my salt intake. And I end up getting more salt than I should because, for one thing, I don't cook. So everything I eat is convenience, and I know has more salt than anything freshly cooked, which is another good reason for going to an assisted living facility, because they would most likely force me to stay on a diet that I didn't want to take. That I can do whatever I want here if I don't want to do what I'm told. No one's here to make me do what I'm told. So, I know I get much, much more salt than I should have. So, yes, I do need to monitor it, but it's hard because there's salt in so much food. And because I eat convenience foods because I don't cook, Funky says, sorry, Tessa, thank you. He also says to Lizzie Lakes, as you can, everyone in here appreciates you and your mental health. Take care of yourself. Gibber says, I think you should call the doctor and have them look at your leg. Well, that's what I'm afraid of. I called them on Sunday, and they put me on a higher dose of water medicine, which did take some of the swelling down. And he put me on an antibiotic because he said it might be cellulitis. I got that right. But my leg's still purple as shred, and they hurt. They're very sore. So I'm thinking about either calling them or just going over to the hospital. I don't know which to do. Certainly not a thing I call the ambulance for. Funky says, as you can see, yeah, everyone here appreciates you and your mental health. Take care of yourself. Yeah, so I'm debating whether to call and try to get through to the doctor, to just go to the hospital, drive myself, wake a family member up, because it's, after 11, school and work tomorrow, everybody's probably going to sleep. Of course, these things usually do get worse at night, of course. So I don't know what I'm going to do. But they are very painful, and they are purple red, which is kind of scary. They aren't as swollen. And, the water pills did take away a lot of the liquid. Well, I have had diabetes for 20 years now, 25 years now. I'm on insulin. My diabetes is so bad, I'm on an insulin pump. And I no longer make insulin. My body doesn't make it. So the pump has to give me insulin on a regular basis. And I told all these doctors, everyone, I see so many specialists, everyone I've told about, even the hospital. And, all they can say is, well, we think it might be a blood clot. And so they go and they check me for blood clots. Well, it's not a blood clot, obviously. We keep having the same tests done, and it keeps coming back, no blood clots. Okay, something else is causing the swelling. It can't be just salt. I don't think it's just salt. The congestive heart failure, according to the ER doctor the other night, said, no, your heart is fine. Congestive heart failure is not acting up. It's not a problem. I couldn't breathe. My feet were swollen, but no, can't find a problem. I'm so tired of doctors. And I can understand why Lizzie's, fed up too. Because I could go through, all the crap and everything. It could be diabetes related. I've tried, because I told the aide the other day I was worried. She sat with me, made me call the doctor. I said, because I'm worried, being diabetic, then I'm going to lose my limbs. And that really scares the heck out of me. And now I've got legs that were always swelling. And the rest of my body's not swollen. It's just my legs and feet. Gibber said, yes. Oh my God, yes. My dad's brother lost his leg due to diabetes. So you should get it checked out ASAP. Master Sangha says, please go have your leg looked. Boy, I'm having another one of these streams where I end up having to go to the hospital or something. At this time of night, the only thing open is the hospital. And they're not as swollen. Definitely not as swollen. But they are swollen. My ankles are as thick as my legs. My knees, you can't even see my knees because my legs are so small. So, one's bright purple red. The other one is slightly red. I've been on antibiotics since Sunday. I've been on double the water pill since Sunday. And a little bit has gone down. Funky Size says, I know it feels like an inconvenience, but since it's health related, it's worth it. Well, we got this turned on me awful fast, didn't I? Gave Lizzie a mouthful, and now I'm getting it back. Oh, I just don't. I hate going and hear them say, there's really nothing we can do. And, you know, you should see your doctor. And the doctor gives me the, I don't know what to do either. And it's, I don't know. Things have changed. When I was younger, you went to your family doctor for everything, and they took care of everything. And now you have to go to a specialist for everything, and none of them agree. So they're all fighting over how I should be living my life. So I'm confused as heck. Don't have sugar. Don't have salt. Don't have lactose. Don't have grains. Don't have, so I just got over a case of colitis. And I can't drink lactose anymore. Well, I couldn't before, but I didn't realize that was a problem until I went lactose free, and now I drink, and I'm still drinking it. I'm supposed to have blood done tomorrow. I have to decide if I go to the hospital, I may end up not going. All right. Since I'm supposed to be fasting, better not take any more. Yeah, so I don't know what to do. I mean, I hate calling my family up only to get to the hospital and have them tell me it's nothing. But it might be something. I mean, look what just happened to my neighbor. She blew out a vein, and she had the same symptoms I have. And I am diabetic, which is another problem that really bothers me. I don't feel my feet at times. Many a time, I went to the podiatrist, and he's pulling things out of my feet. I'm like, what are you doing? He goes, I'm pulling splinters out. I'm like, splinters? I can't even feel you doing anything, let alone a splinter going in. I've lost feelings in my legs. I've lost feelings in my hands. But my hands could be the carpal tunnel. The hands could be the pinched nerves in my back and neck. So many things can be so many things. And that's where the hospital gets hung up. They pick one. They decide, oh, well, we're going to do this, and you're going to be tested for this. This is what we're going to concentrate on. This is, you know, this is what we're going to concentrate on tonight. And I was like, I don't know what to do. Should I go to the hospital? Should I hate calling my kids? I hate driving myself to the hospital. But it's 11 o'clock, almost 11:30 at night. One's probably in bed because she has to work at like early in the morning, like at 5 o'clock. So I'm sure she's probably definitely in bed. And then the other one, I hate to bother her. My son I can't bother. He's in North Carolina, and I'm in New Jersey, so bothering him isn't going to help me any. He I could always count on. If I said to him, look, something's wrong, I have to go to the hospital, he'd take me in no time. It didn't matter. He never had a problem with that. My sisters, my daughters are mad at him because he's not in the state anymore, and they have to do it. Now they have to take care of me. Oh my God, Mom has another problem I got to deal with. Of course, Mom almost died one time, and that put the scare of all that's holy into them. So that scare is worn off. We're getting back to the, oh God, Mom. So can I imagine? I don't know. I really do worry. I am worried about this. It hurts. I'm having trouble walking, putting pressure on my legs. It really does hurt. I mean, I can call my daughter, see what she says after I wake her up, probably. I can try texting her first. Where's my phone? Oh, Jesus. Oh. Oh. Text her, see if she's awake before I start calling people. I can find her. There she is. She answers this. She's going to wonder what's going on because I did RU instead of writing it out. I never use letters. I write everything out. I have to put shoes on again. Shoes hardly fit at this point. Gibberish. You're not being rude. And you're very right. And I get very upset with my daughters who don't seem to give a damn. And yes, she will be more upset when I die. She just lost her father-in-law. His father just died. So they're already in a mess right now. She's not answering me. She's got to be asleep probably or in the shower. Funky says, my mother-in-law feels like this, doesn't want to inconvenience us, but we have no problem helping. Don't feel that way. That's the problem. My daughters make it well known that I am annoying, that I am a problem. That's why they want me in a nursing home, so they don't have to deal with me anymore. And I hate to feel like this. I hate feeling, because they make me feel as if I am inconvenienced. That I don't know how many times I've been told, well, Mom, we have our families to take care of. We don't have time to take care of you. And oh, God. Uber. My son told me that one night when he was in North Carolina. He goes, I can't do something, I take you. He says, call an Uber. Then I have to get home. I don't know. The other one's a nurse. She's probably asleep and probably won't answer her phone anyhow. Sure, she turns her phone off. I'm not sure if she's got her phone on or not. She's definitely not answering. Well, here goes. Hello? Hey, I'm sorry to wake you if I woke you. I tried texting you. All right. You did? Yeah. Just to let you know, I'm online. I've got a bunch of people here worried about me right now. Like, it's not breathing as well. I'm still having a breathing problem. My legs were super swollen. On Sunday, I talked to your sister. I talked to my doctor. They put me on double water pill and an antibiotic. And my legs are still swollen, not as bad, but they're bright purplish red. They're very painful. I can barely walk. And my neighbor just had her vein in her leg blow out, and she had the same symptoms. So I got people here who want me to go to the hospital and have it checked out. Okay. So then what do you want to do? I need someone to go with me. How can... What do you mean go with you? You're going to call the ambulance? I can't call the ambulance because I can't walk and my legs are swollen. I don't have anything life-threatening at this moment. What do you mean? How am I going to help you if you can't walk? I can walk. I said it hurts to walk. It's very painful, but I can walk. I just need somebody to take me and be there and bring me home if they send me home.
Okay. That's why I didn't know if you just go to get the ambulance to do it, though. You know what I mean?
It's not really a medical emergency. I can walk. It hurts. They're bright red, and I'm worried that there's something wrong because the swelling's going down some, but not much. It's still bright red purple. It's not normal color for a leg. And they are swollen still, even though not as bad as they were Sunday, they're still swollen.
Okay, so what hospital are you going to go to then?
Well, I don't care. If you want to take me to Inspira, you can take me to Inspira. That's fine. I hate Jefferson anyhow. So if you want to go to Inspira, you can take me to Inspira. I know that's closer to your home.
Well, it's not closer for me to come get you and then go out there.
No, but if they keep me and you go home, it's closer. You can take me to whatever hospital you want to. I don't know what to do. All these people are concerned. They say it doesn't sound good. It doesn't sound good. It hurts. It looks terrible. And it's been going on. Well, you know how long my feet have been swollen. It's been a problem. And I'm on double the dose of water pill, and it's not doing anything. I mean, it did do some. I mean, they don't look like baseballs anymore. But they're still swollen. You can barely get them in. Put them in the shoe hurts like hell.
That's what I mean. Are you going to be able to walk? That's what I'm trying to say. Like, is it going to be easier to call an ambulance to get to take you?
No, I can walk. I went to ShopRite yesterday because I had to go. So I had to go get medicine. So I can walk. It just hurts.
Are you going to be able to get in my car?
Yes. You have a stool.
All right. I don't have to go to work tomorrow, so.
Oh, well, thank God for small.
Well, you know what though?
What?
I got a delivery coming tomorrow though. I have to be here.
Well, it's 11 o'clock. Hopefully by early morning they would know whether or not they're keeping me. You could go home.
Yeah, I hope so. Because they're not going to let me in. I'm going to have to sit outside. I'm going to have to drop you off.
Not at this point. They relaxed things. People are allowed in now. You are allowed in now. Richie was allowed to come inside and pick me up, but they decided to just let him come up and bring me outside to them. But he could have come in. They're not restricting. There's some, I don't know if people can, is restricted, but people are allowed in now, right now. Unless it's changed in the last week or so.
Not sure. Is Richie available? Or?
I didn't ask him. I just had him come over here the other day. Make him take me to the drugstore. I know he's getting ready to go on a trip. He told me he wouldn't be around for a while. He's going on a trip. He's going to Colorado. He's going to visit his friends in Colorado. So I'd really be happier having you there than Richie. I can't even talk. Someone that's more an adult. Someone who's
okay. I gotta get dressed and stuff. So.
That's fine. No problem. I'm sure it's not going to be an issue in the next hours. So till you get here.
Okay, well, I'm not going to be here for another half an hour or so.
That's fine. That's fine. I got to get dressed myself.
Okay.
All right?
All right.
Just let me know when you're here.
All righty.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Love you.
Love you.
Bye. Okay. I don't know how many of you are still here and heard that. I did warn her you were listening. You saw what I put up with. She has agreed to come get me. Thank you, Funky. I'm glad that you would take me if you were here. The thought counts. I appreciate it. Which is more than I can appreciate my children, who I have to threaten and who tried to push it off on everybody else. And now she's trying to push it off on the 23-year-old grandson, who I just made come out the other day and do something for me. I'd rather have my daughter, an adult. You know, he's 23, but he's still only 23. I'd rather have my adult daughter with me. She's like, she just said she doesn't have to work tomorrow, but she has something being delivered. Okay, fine. You can leave. If they don't find out something and decide to keep me, you can leave and come back for me later. You know, or somebody else can come back for me later. You know, you all guys all heard that. Whoever's still here. I don't know who's here. Yeah, thank you, gibberish. Yeah, New York's a little far. You're right, especially if you're in the western part of New York. I'm in South Jersey, so I'm not even in the top of Jersey. I'm in the South. I'm not even near New York. Good night, Lizzie. If I didn't miss you, good night. She's coming. I have to get dressed myself because I'm obviously not dressed to go out anywhere in the cold, because it's probably not very nice outside right now. And I need to put shoes on and stuff like that, because I have to put something on my feet, whether I put slippers that are a little stretchier than my shoes, or I try to struggle into my shoes. Probably be better off with the slippers. But you saw how much trouble she gave me. I mean, you know, sure, Mom, call us whenever you need help. We'll take care of you. Yeah, sure you will. Ruru says good night. If you're going to the doctor, hope things go okay. Thank you, Ruru. I hope so too. I hope this doesn't turn into another hospital stay, but it might. Of course, it'd be nice if somebody would actually look at it and try to figure out why my legs are so swollen and the way they are right now. Yeah, don't get too worked up about it. At least she's coming. Let us know how it goes. Thank you, Funky. Yeah, I had to practically plead with her and beg her, but she's finally coming. I had to hear her complain about everything. And she knew you guys. I told her you guys were listening. Didn't stop her. She didn't become super sweet little Miss Daughter. She kept her. And she's been worse than that. I mean, that was one of her nicer ones, I must say. So she did have an idea that you guys were listening. So, because I warned her, you were listening. Thank you all. Again, I have the greatest group of people. And I appreciate all of you. And if I don't have anything scheduled. Normally, I normally stream on Fridays and the weekends, but I'm not scheduled at this point. I'm not going to schedule it till I know what's going on, because I've got to do something, obviously. Okay. Bye, Funky Sai. See you soon. Bye, everyone. I hate to leave like this, but obviously I have to. I can't take a chance, like you said. Like Gibber said, her dad's brother lost his leg due to diabetes, and I worry about the diabetes, and my diabetes is out of control, really out of control. So bye, everyone. Love you all. Thanks for being here for me. I don't know if Jen's still here or not, but she'll figure it out when I come strong on the back and I'm not on. That something happened, obviously. So, bye, everyone. Thanks for all your well wishes and prayers. I appreciate all of them. Love you.